Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of the NMMSS Users Annual Technical Exchange. We have received some great questions that we're addressing throughout the week. So as a reminder, please continue to email myself or Alex with any questions should they pop up. We also received several surveys already, and we continue to ask you to give us some feedback, fill out the surveys either at the end of each day or at the end of the week. We've also received some wonderful feedback related to them that's useful in next year's users meeting. As a reminder, today's schedule is similar to yesterday's, 11 to 3 sessions, breaks throughout, and lunch at noon. And I'd like to also introduce
Žana Konečny. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. I'm Žana Konečny, and I'm working now with Alex in Nuclear Material Integration Division. I'm Nuclear Material Accountant Specialist, and prior to joining NMID, I was at IEA for a few years working on the nuclear material accountancy for the whole world. So I'm bringing this expertise with me here at NMMSS. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Shauna, for joining us. And we're so happy to have you with our Nuclear Material Integration Division. And as once again, joining us as we are live from Oronel's Spallation Neutron Source Facility, or SNS. As we want to ensure that all the U.S. nuclear operator recipients were acknowledged for their excellence in reporting to NMMSS. If there were any glitches within a specific section yesterday afternoon, we just wanted to make sure and ensure acknowledgement of those companies, specifically within the Southeast locations were acknowledged. This includes Gel Laboratories, LLC, Georgia Institute of Technology, Global Nuclear Fuels Americas, Isotech Systems, LLC in Oak Ridge, Manufacturing Science Corporation, Materials and Chemistry Laboratory, Mississippi State University, NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, North Carolina State University, Nuclear Fuels Services, Oak Ridge Institute for Science and Education, Orano USA LLC, Paducah Deactivation and Remediation, Paducah DUF6 Conversion Facility, Savannah River Site, Southern Nuclear Operating Company. And that's it. That was a mouthful, by the way. So if you have not heard your facility or site's company name mentioned either yesterday afternoon or this morning, as I just read, please do not hesitate to reach out to NMMSS as we'll assist you to make sure that you are acknowledged in the right way. Also, please note a link for your facility and sites to obtain the certificates will be made available to download shortly. This link will be distributed to the NMMSS community after the event through, of course, NMMSS announcements. Once again, congratulations to all, as we greatly appreciate and value all the excellence and your dedication to fantastic reporting. Additionally, to add to that, since we say NMMS announcements quite a bit, for those that are new to the community and want to continue to be in the loop with events or news related to nuclear materials reporting and NMMS, I would like to let the group know if you want to be added to our NMMS distribution list, to please do not hesitate. Just email the NMMS mailbox and request to be added. And we have quarterly newsletters that go out, as well as special announcements throughout the year. So at this time, we will be heading into our panel discussion that covers MCNA developments, where we will be joined by Susan Annie and Rule Hicks. And of course, the lovely Michelle Romano and Jana Konishki will also be the ones leading that. So thank you again for joining us in our day 2 of our NMMS Technical Exchange.
Good morning. My name is Jana Konechny, and together today with Michelle Romano, we will introduce a panel and we'll moderate the panel. This panel discussion will convene leading experts from the Department of Energy and Nuclear Regulatory Commission to collaboratively explore the foundational, developing, and evolving aspects of material control and accounting, also known as MCNA, within the dynamic nuclear landscape. The discussion will emphasize the critical importance of MCNA across both the NRC-regulated private sector and DOE and NSA sites, offering insights particularly relevant to the ongoing nuclear renaissance. This includes a perspective on the development and deployment of small modular and advanced reactors, as well as innovations in new nuclear fuel types, all while upholding paramount commitment to the safety, security, and accountability of nuclear materials. Today, the panelists are Suzanne Ani and Rule Hicks. Experts from the DOE and NRC will address many facets of recent and upcoming MCNA developments and their impact on future MCNA strategies and NRC licensing frameworks. Rule Hicks Beer. Rule Hicks is Senior Policy Authority on Material Control and Accountability for the Department of Energy. With 20 years of dedicated experience, Rule serves as the subject matter expert and owner of the DOE MCNA order. In this role, he leads the development of departmental policies and technical guidance that govern safeguards and security programs across the entire DOE complex. His career has spanned critical roles at Los Alamos National Laboratory, the Nevada National Security Site, and the MOX project, where he specialized in MCNA statistics, measurement control, and process monitoring. Technical and operational background from national labs to capital projects gives him a unique perspective on the challenges and opportunities facing the nuclear enterprise today. Please join me in welcoming Rule Hicks. Suzanne Ani is a senior material control and accounting analyst with more than 15 years of experience at the U.S. National Regulatory Commission. In the material control and accounting branch, she provides leadership and technical oversight in evaluating and licensing MCNA programs for NRC licensed facilities possessing special nuclear material. Her work includes reviewing and approving MCNA plans, preparing licensing actions, supporting regulatory decision-making, and advising inspectors, management, and external stakeholders on MCNA requirements. Prior to joining the NRC in 2010, Suzanne spent 10 years at Westinghouse Electric Company's Columbia Fuel Fabrication Facility, where she served as the Measurement Control Coordinator. In that role, she was responsible for the overall planning, coordination, and administration for the site measurement control
programs, and related statistical evaluations for nuclear material to ensure compliance with regulatory requirements. With a combined 25 years of hands-on facility-level operations and regulatory experience oversight, Suzanne brings a unique, comprehensive perspective on MCNA to our discussion today. This panel consists of 4 themes. Theme 1, the impact of top-down policy on regulation. Theme 2, adapting regulations for new technologies. Theme 3, integration and consistency of frameworks. And Theme 4, authority and best practices on the ground. I will start with the Theme 1, the impact of top-down policy on regulations, and I will ask the question, and then we will have the remarks from both panelists. Let's start with the elephant. The President's executive initiatives and regulatory reform are pushing for accelerated deployment of new nuclear technologies. How is this top-down directive for regulatory reform impacting the evolution of DOE Order 474.2a and the NRC regulations? And looking ahead, what specific regulatory milestones do you anticipate right after a new reactor goes critical in one of those demonstration projects? Suzanne?
Thanks for the question. I'll go ahead and kick things off here. So the Executive Order 14300 directs the NRC to undertake a review and wholesale revision of its regulation and guidance documents, and this is in order to modernize, streamline, and reform its regulatory framework to better align with national energy security goals, reduce unnecessary burden, and support innovation and new technologies, all while maintaining safety and security. EO 14300 is the most comprehensive NRC regulatory modernization effort in decades, and it spans nearly all major program offices. So the agency has organized its response to this executive order into multiple coordinated waves of rulemaking, each targeted things like outdated provisions, duplicative requirements, or barriers to efficient licensing. And so these activities span materials, reactors, transportation, medical use, hearing processes, and more. So the reforms focus on modernizing technical standards, like I said, reducing unnecessary burden, and enabling advanced reactor technologies. There's about 21 proposed rules. Each rulemaking wave, the rulemaking activities and including priorities and schedules are available on the NRC website, and that enables transparency and public engagement. Specific to MCNA, while our MCNA regulations are not changing per se, we are incorporating updates to some of the rules, particularly incorporating microreactor licensing frameworks, increased enrichment, and these updates will help facilities or applicants, potential facilities that handle higher assay fuels, and these are all related to MCNA. So this directive, the executive order, is really accelerating efforts for the NRC to be more risk-informed, performance-based, pushing us to clearly define the safety and security objectives, then giving developers the flexibility to meet them rather than prescribing a single path. I'll kick it over to you.
Well, thank you. I mean, that's a loaded question, Zana. In this day and age, we are dealing with so much. It is continuing to evolve. Even today, and this week, we're getting new information as far as what may be coming down the line. It's really hard to say, but from the biggest perspective from the Office of Policy within Department of Energy is we're looking at the future. What does it look like, right? The president has asked us to reduce regulations and requirements to the contractors, to our licensees to get to their reactor state. So how do we make that happen? Well, we're looking from the top down. We're trying to figure out what is really there. What is enabling the for us, it's the contractors, our M&O, managing and operating site contractors, to do their work. This is a very unique situation for us as Department of Energy. We haven't dealt with this on this level, and so we're dealing with a lot of private entities coming into our world asking, how do we do this? And so the Office of Nuclear Energy, Program Office of Nuclear Energy, has published their own MCNA order, or Safeguards and Security Orders. A component of that is the MCNA portion of it, and it's there to help them meet the mission, meet the executive order mission of going critical by July 4th, as well as the nuclear renaissance, as they're all coining it. So some of it's difficult to deal with, some of it's hard, but really we're moving from this prescriptive nature, as you talked about, to a performance-based. Now, in the safeguard and security space, before, we've been working that way. We've got a lot of prescriptiveness in our requirements documents, but we've also put a lot of risk-based approaches to it. So we'll talk a little bit later about the approving authorities and what's there, but we've got a lot of, or as approved by the risk approving authorities, to do some alternative method or process or whatever it looks like. So we're looking at what the future is. I don't have the answer. It's evolving. It'll probably evolve by the time the meeting occurs. We'll have maybe a little bit clearer vision of what's coming down the line, but the Office of Policy is working toward this future. We are looking to see what it might be, how we can enable our contractors, and how we can support the community, the DOE community, and ultimately the NRC community, because it's going to eventually come down there. So that comes to milestone number 2, is once these companies and these private entities go critical, prove their criticality, and then now are starting to transition from DOE to NRC, how do we help enable them to make that step? What sort of things are we doing in place to allow them to be able to turn it over to you guys, and then allow you to analyze the requirements in our documents and their safety, MCNA security documents, and say that it's good and they're ready to proceed. So huge milestone is for us validating how they're doing it. Lots of research being done on how to model these machines, these criticality machines, from individual iPebble beds to molten salt reactors, all of the above. There's a lot of moving parts that we'll talk about in the next section, but it isn't our status quo. Is it like what we've always done? Yes, but it's different. And so we have to look at that. And again, the administration, like you said, it's been 20 years since we'd had this amount of push to reduce regulations. MCNA did that, a little over 12 years ago. We significantly reduced our regulations under the Chu administration. Changed back the model because there was a request for more prescriptiveness. Now it's just swaying again. And so we're looking at what's the right size. Is it truly minimalistic and allowing the sites to figure out what that performance-based looks like and get approval by the risk accepting authority? Or is it somewhere in between highly prescriptive and no prescription? So we're analyzing that. We're looking at, we're trying to figure out what's the right answer. And there's some other initiatives going on throughout the Department of Energy to see what the future looks like and how regulatory reform looks like. So it's not just the Office of Policy looking at it. There's other parts of the department that are looking at it also. Back to you, Zhang.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that brings us to team 2. Michelle?
Yes, I'd like to address some of the new technologies in theme 2. So theme 2 is all about adapting the regulations for the new technologies. I'd like to get your take, Rule and Suzanne, on what physical inventories look like. Traditional physical inventories may not be feasible for designs like pebble beds or molten salt reactors that use continuous refueling, and microreactors with 15-year sealed cores. To accommodate these live fuel cycles and sealed item-based reactors, how must our regulations fundamentally change?
What are the critical new MCNA challenges and possible solutions that we both see? I'll start with you, Roel.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's got to change. It's going to look a little different. We haven't had this level of new initiatives in a long time, right? Back in the original creation of our reactors and stuff, there was a lot of work that would happen, but the requirements and things were vastly different then. And so we've got to figure out what that looks like. So, you know, there is so much going on across the complex to meet these initiatives by the executive orders. Out in Idaho, they are doing so much work. So lots to talk about here. You know, from an inventory perspective, and what does that look like? That's going to be changed, and it's going to be different. Sense for them. Again, if it's in liquid state, that's a different process than item level. So if we're talking pebble bed reactors, those are still somewhat in situ, and so the pebbles are kind of recycling, but they're also an item-based level. So there is a little bit of item-based accounting. But what it means for us is we have to start taking advantage of the data that exists, right? All of these equipment and all these facilities have a lot of monitoring systems and a lot of modeling that they've done to prepare for this process. I mean, we've all been to heard it in the NMMSS meetings, we've heard it at IM&M, and we've heard it at all of these different places, and they're talking about how do we model for safeguards? How do we design for safeguards? And so there's been a lot of modeling that's occurred to try to figure out how to really do accountability of the material inside of these equipments that we may not be able to touch for 5 to 10 years. And then the front end of that, right? We've in DOE side of the house, we're going to have to deal with the fuel, right? How do we do the development of fuel? So we are going to have a lot of stock sitting around ready to be processed and made into new fuel. And so that's going to change how we've done it. Sometimes we haven't seen this level of productivity, the potential of productivity, right? We're not in that big of a production state now, but as the years go by, this is going to ramp significantly up. And so we're going to have huge amounts of stockpiles of fuel to go into the process and to do what's next. So we just have to look at what makes sense and to take the available data that exists and focus on how can we validate our models, validate the sensors and equipment that we have, and just look at it from a slightly different MCNA perspective of our measurements may not be the traditional MCNA measurements. And that's the hardest one for us to digest and to really come to terms with, for lack of a better term. It doesn't look the same way as it always has. And so it is going to be a challenge for some of our sites to figure that out, some of our oversight, and we'll talk later on oversight models. It's going to be a different method for them also. To go into a little of that detail of some of these big and exciting things that are going on, Idaho is at the center of this whole process, right? The Idaho National Laboratory and their federal staffs and their enable these amazing things to happen for the future. So just a little snapshot in time, you know, Idaho is working with somewhere between 35 and 51 companies on these ASMRs, SMRs, fuel fabrication, zero powered criticality machines, isotope production, isotope recovery. There's a whole lot of different things that are going on that are all associated with this initiative. And Idaho is at the forefront of making these things happen and enabling the executive order to occur. So of the 35 plus 16 reactors that are being created, 16 are already underway. A number of those are on site in Idaho, a number of them around the country. So it's how do we do this as a country, right? That's what the executive order was about. So Idaho has really created a fantastic model to help themselves with this. They've got a launch pad program. So there's these pilot programs to start the reactor program again. And for those companies that didn't get on that initial pilot program, they've created this launch pad program that enables the other ones that didn't to start also down that same process of licensing and demonstrating their equipment. So there's a place that they've created. It's like a 2,300 acre plot of land in Idaho that they've graded and are starting to build facilities. So these companies can come in, bring their research reactors and convert them to full-fledged fully licensed, not licensed, but approved and documented programs that they can then take and move to the commercial side of the house. So they've got this Launchpad Idaho, but then they've got this Launchpad USA. So they're doing it across the country. Just to keep it in context, there are 3 facilities right now being used in Texas in 3 different places. About 4 or 5 different companies and entities are using those 3 locations. There's 2 planned for SRNL, Savannah River National Laboratory. There's 3 planned for ORNL at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. There's 1 in Utah, out in the middle of the desert. There's 1 in Washington. There's 1 at Hanford site, just to say the least. So that's kind of a starting point of where it's going. The big push by the executive order was to have at least 4 July 4th of 2026. So coming up on our 250-year anniversary of the United States, we want to demonstrate. So right now, it looks like there's at least 5 companies that are planning to meet that milestone, so exceeding what the president asked for. And there's 7 total that are planning to go to zero power by the end of 2026. So, and I got some of this data from Idaho because it's such a big initiative for the Department of Energy. I'm helping enabling that as possible also. And so they provide some really good data on where we're at. So
That's super exciting stuff. Thanks for that. From an NRC perspective, a lot of that stuff's going on the DOE side. With respect to NRC and these new reactor designs, our current MCNA regulations were written a long time ago. They were written for specific technologies, certain levels of enrichment and, light water reactors. And so these advanced reactors, like you said, like Rule said, is in introducing all these new types of technologies, different types of fuel, which are going to dictate perhaps alternative approaches to what a traditional MCNA program looks like. Part of in response to the executive order is modernizing some of the regulations with respect to risk-informed and performance-based regulations to allow flexibility to accommodate these new technologies while preserving, the safeguards rigor. But some of these advanced reactor designs will involve complex fuel handling, closer integration to the fuel cycle with the reactor, different fuel types, reactor designs, etc. So, like I said, again, these will require new approaches to meet MCNA objectives. But it's still about taking the current existing regulatory framework that we have for MCNA, and then these vendors and designers telling us their alternative approaches to meet the MCNA objectives. And so what we're trying to do is be flexible without compromising objectives.
And those main safeguards objectives, if you go back to the root of everything, the Atomic Energy Act or the international agreements that we have in place, is detecting loss and theft, right? So how do we do that? We have to have accounting systems that track our material. We have to have well-measured values that defend what's in the accounting system.
Yeah.
We have to do physical inventories, and we have to figure out what material control is and how that all fits together with the bigger safeguards and security protection strategy. So
yes,
a lot going on there to say what is the ultimate objective. So the performance-based is loss, theft, and diversion. How do we do that?
Right. And you had mentioned measurements, which is something that the MCNA group at NRC has been collaborating, I guess that's the right word, with some of the DOE labs who are doing lots of work in research areas such as molten salt reactors, pebble bed reactors, certain types of measurements that could be used to help for the MCNA programs. And so all of that work's being done on the DOE side, and thankfully we have a collaborative environment in that they are sharing their work with us. We're talking to them about what we expect from an MCNA program on the NRC side. So that really helps, kind of center the approaches from the regulatory side, so that when we have these applicants and with these new fuel designs and reactor designs that we will understand the technology and then be able to regulate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you both so much. Yeah, that's really interesting to hear about the new measurements, right, for these new reactors that are going to be necessary, and also very interesting to hear about the collaboration with NRC and the DOE labs related to that. So that's wonderful. Thank you guys so much. And I'll go to Jana for our theme 3.
Yeah, the theme 3 is integration and consistency of frameworks. Our 2 frameworks, the DOE 4742A at the moment, and 10 CFR Part 74, security and accountability. Can you first discuss how your MCNA program is required to integrate with safety and security at facility? And then let's talk about the seam between our worlds. What are the key differences between the DOE site authorization and NRC licensing? And how can we ensure consistency as we jointly oversee new fuel cycles?
That's a great question. Obviously, I think we've all been around the industry for a number of years, and we've heard of this concept called integrated safety and security management, ISM, for lack of a better term. We've all incorporated in some different manners, but the biggest thing is MCNA is not alone in this process. We rely on the physical security protections of the guns, guards, and gates. Right, we have the physical security of the equipment to check for loss and theft. We also have our protective forces that are out there that are watching the outside and responding to incidents and alarms and things, all the way down to working with criticality safety and radiation protection. None of it can be done in isolation. I mean, if you respond to an event, if you're a protective force and you respond to a potential event inside of a facility, you're going to need MCNA people, you're going to need rad protection people, you might need criticality safety people to look at the system, look at what's going on, and make sure that people are safe. It's all about that integration of safeguards and security and safety. We can't do it in isolation. We can't do it alone. I mean, there has been a lot of siloing for many years, and we're always working to break those down. Whether it's from the design basis threat that defines our adversaries and the potential targets, all the way down to radiation safety is what happens if we have a release, right? Those work hand in hand. Our design basis threat is not only looking for theft and diversion, but they're also looking for radiological sabotage and defending against that. So it is all so integrated, and most of it relies on our MCNA. We have very few sites across the country in DOE space. Material, we're special nuke material in our seaside of the house. We wouldn't be in the places that we are if we didn't have special nuke material. There are very few places that are just, classified assets or other, DOE or government-owned assets that we're protecting. So at the end of the day, the heart of the matter is the MCNA and the nuke material that we have is really the focal point for ensuring that integration of all those programs to be successful. Second question, you're talking about the consistency. I spent just under 10 years at an NRC facility at B&W Lynchburg. So I've got both NRC and DOE experience. If you guys have seen some of our presentations in the past, and not last year, but I think that the 2 previous years, we did kind of a comparison between some of the DOE and NRC requirements and how those things look compared to each other. Fundamentally, at the top level, it is, like we said earlier, the detection of loss and theft of nuclear material, accountancy, being able to account for our material, knowing where it is. We got to do physical inventories. We got to measure things. We have to have an accounting system that tracks all that stuff and be able to report to NMMS, right? We're here for NMMS purposes. We have to be able to report to the national data system and provide that data to them accurately. The consistency is all those things. How does those measurements apply, and that can be consistently applied on the NRC side of the house? Are you willing to accept the data that comes out of the DOE side of the house, because we're using the same types of methods and methodology to do that? Physical inventories. How do we validate the consistency of our physical inventories? That's a challenge for both of us going into these reactors. So what does that look like? But historically, with our facilities that are existing now, those are pretty consistent. There's not a lot of differences. There's nuanced differences between what each of our requirements and what we want. But at the heart of all what we're doing, it's pretty consistent. And so it's easy enough for us to ship between NRC and DOE without having a whole lot of extra, hey, I don't trust what you're doing. Can I measure it and say I feel more comfortable with what I'm doing? That's generally not the process because we have a lot of those standards that are pretty much the same. Said in slightly different words, but basic same meanings. And then when it comes to us changing, right, at the end of these pilot programs, when they're done and they've declared victory, they're going to start the licensing process, right? You've received a lot of applications for intent to get a NRC license. So they're already starting to think about what does that look like. Right. We're working with NMMS and these companies, these private entities, to get RISs, or reporting identification symbols, that are going to be applicable both to their current DOE mission as well as their NRC mission, so that they don't have to go through a lot of hoops to make that transition. So again, as we work together over time, and we have quarterly meetings, Michelle and Suzanne and a number of us meet quarterly, just what's going on between the NRC and DOE. These things are a forefront in our mind. We're constantly talking about this ourselves. And we're updating each other on, hey, here's the status of where we're at and what we're seeing, and as well as you guys are doing the same for us. So it's informative to know where we're at, and we're working toward that same ultimate goal.
Yeah, I can really appreciate what you say about how the MCNA program is integrated with safety and security. It's the same for NRC. And we our overall NRC requirements, we want the licensees to know, how much they have, where it's located, and keep proper control over it. And that supports safety and security. And so a lot of that data that helps safety and security come from, like you said, from the MCNA program. And so, like you said, it's not a standalone program. It's integrated between safety and security. There's a nexus between the two. So that we have reasonable assurance of adequate protection, that the licensees are ensuring that they have control. They always know what they have, where it's located, and it's protected. Regarding, DOE and NRC collaboration, particularly, we have NRC employees or NRC experts are on detail to DOE, and they are working as technical reviewers for some of these DOE projects. So they're looking at, they're bringing the NRC level of rigor to a DOE project. While the pathways might be a little bit different, like you said, we use the same, core requirements. This NRC on detail to DOE projects provides early insight to these vendors and potential applicants, NRC applicants, about what the licensing expectations will be when they come to the NRC for a license. So that early feedback just allows them, they're able to anticipate what will the NRC require after we've, completed the DOE authorization process. But like you said, when it comes from DOE over to NRC, of course, the NRC license requirements will be the standard once it's at NRC. But we are, currently the collaboration is underway because we have to work together in order to meet the executive order requirements.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting times, right? So this actually leads us to the theme 4, the authority and best practices on the ground. So you kind of mentioned a little bit about it, but here I'll let Michelle lead this question.
Thank you. Yes, this is our last theme for the panel, and it's a good way to sort of summarize everything, because let's really bring it down to the facility level. We have facility representatives in the audience, And I want to hear from the two of you about the authority and best practices on the ground at the facility level. So who holds the ultimate authority for MCNA at a DOE site versus at an NRC licensed facility? And how does that authority structure need to be designed for new advanced reactor projects? And then the second part of the question is, what is one key best practice you believe is like the essential one for a solid MCNA program? We'll start with Rule.
Okay, so the DOE concept and the DOE structure in the NRC. At the Department of Energy, we have managing and operating contracts with private entities to run our DOE facilities and do the work for the Department of Energy. Is a different model than what the NRC is using. So our delegation of authorities comes from the Secretary of Energy down to the Deputy Secretary, down to the program office level. So whether that's the defense programs, whether that's nuclear energy, environmental management, Office of Science, we've got 5 major program offices. Caesar is another one that takes care of strategic petroleum reserve and our cyber side of the world in DOE. But we've got these major program offices that have that risk delegated down from the secretary, and this is a formal delegation of authority. So there are generally memos from each of those heads of the entities that are authorizing that down to the next level. From the program offices, then it goes down to the site level. And with the DOE versus the NRC, we have a site office, a federal staff dedicated to providing oversight of the managing operating contractor who's running our facilities. And so there's generally a large staff, and that can vary from hundreds of a federal team providing oversight and to a small team of 5 to 10 for some of our legacy facilities and cleanup facilities that don't have a lot of work and don't have a lot of need for a ton of oversight. So those site offices run the gamut from a large to a small. But the majority of our major sites, national laboratories and facilities, have a decent federal staff that provides that oversight. So within that federal office, there is what we call an officially designated federal security authority. And then again, that's an authority that is formally delegated down to the site level. In some cases, that stays up at the program office because there isn't enough of an expertise at the site level oversight to provide that, and so it sometimes stays at the program office level, and that's okay. So the model is a little different, but those federal the sites at the site offices go into the field. So we have these facility reps, FAC reps, as we call them, that are the eyes and ears of the oversight on the ground in the facilities, almost fully, right? Those guys are similar to your, why am I blanking on the names of your on-site people?
Oh, resident inspectors.
Resident inspectors.
Yeah.
What's the name of those guys?
Yeah.
Anyway, so those guys, so our FAC reps are in the main nuclear facilities that are doing that safety and security day to day, all day, what's going on to make sure that the contractor is doing what they're supposed to. And they feed that information up to the rest of the federal staff. Back to the original question, who is the ultimate authority of the MCNA program and the risk accepting, because this is a risk acceptance. We're allowing a private entity to run our Department of Energy and government facilities. The ODFSA, that officially designated federal security office authority, is the one who makes that approval of the MCNA plan. The contractors develop it, say this is how we're going to do business, this is how we're going to do MCNA and all of safety and security. And they're the ones who approve how do you do business. And it's a negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
The contractor never gets it right the first time. And so, and that federal staff, depending on the threat, right? Our world is ever changing. We're in a totally different space than we were 2 years ago in our industry. And so that risk has changed. And so they have to figure out what that level of risk is. So
Sure.
it's a negotiation with the contractor as far as what does MC&A look like, meeting those same core principles that we've talked about. How do we make sure we've got good accountancy, do our physical inventories and controlling the accounting for material? That premise has to stay the same, but our sites are so drastically different on how they do business.
Mm.
We have a small category 4 DOE, S&M site that's got very low level quantities of material. Does not look like our category 1 Los Alamos that has significant quantities of material. Those do not look the same. And so MC&A at the heart is the same, but the how you do it every day is different. And those risk acceptors accept that level of risk of what makes sense for this facility versus this facility.
That's very similar on the NRC side with respect to oversight. But for NRC, the NRC licensed facilities, we provide, they provide the application saying we would like an NRC license to operate. And these are commercial facilities. So there's the main difference. You're dealing with, on the DOE side, government owned facilities, and on the NRC side, we're dealing with commercial, private owned. And so with the licensees, they have to, write their MC&A plan that they submit to us for review and approval, and that tell us, here's how we are going to meet all the requirements for our type of facility. And then NRC provides and issues the reviews and approves the application, issues the license, and then it's up to the licensee to run and manage their MC&A program at their site. And then NRC's authority for oversight and enforcement are involved in, is implemented through the NRC inspection program. Like you mentioned, the resident inspectors. So we have at reactor sites and at our category 1 facilities, we have resident inspectors, and then we also have a cadre of inspectors that go out to sites, fuel facilities, material inspections, et cetera, just to verify that these licensees are meeting all the requirements.
You touched on an interesting point. We're in this new renaissance for us. The private entities, those private companies, is a new thing for us. We don't traditionally deal with private companies doing this stuff. So this renaissance has really been stressful. It's been stressing the system a bit, all the way from NMMS. I mean, the amount of conversations that I have with NMMS as far as how do we enable these things to happen with these private entities, to the oversight. It's a very unique situation because traditionally ours is a DOE site that's run by that contractor. We are now talking about these private entities that are coming to us and asking, Mother, may I?
Mm-hmm.
That's new for us. Traditionally, that's occurred at the contractor level. So may work directly with a private entity to do some work for the Department of Energy on behalf of that contract.
Yeah.
But it's not a private entity doing this work. So, and in this case, the majority of these companies are doing everything privately. They're doing it under the auspices of these executive orders, these pilot programs, but they are not working directly for the DOE, and they are not working directly for Idaho. Idaho is providing that oversight. So that federal staff at Idaho is doing a lot of legwork. And in the program office, the Office of Nuclear Energy is also, both of those entities are working hand in hand with these private industries, these private companies. A lot of private material, a lot of DOE leased material that's going to go back and forth, right? Or the recovery of other materials to actually put into feedstock for these. The giving them of the starting the process of HALO, right? HALO, where the DOE is front and center for providing the feedstock to make HALO. So this is all very new for Department of Energy to have this direct work with private entities doing work. And there's a lot of nuances between who's going to control the material, who's provide oversight. Idaho is running across how do we provide the right oversight? In some cases, Idaho National Laboratory personnel are providing MC&A support directly to at least one or two of these private entities. In most cases, they're just Idaho federal site is providing the oversight to them and doing the hands-on safeguards, security oversight, and safety across the board. But it's definitely a new model for our department for doing that. That hasn't been the
Yeah.
traditional. And we, again, working with NMMS, it's a new model for them on this, our risk creation. So it's new, it's exciting, it's challenging.
Yes. That is the world we're living in now. Yes.
Well, thank you both. And that concludes our questions for the panel. I just really appreciate your time, your insightfulness, and the excellent discussion you both gave us, Suzanne and Roy. And thank you, Jana, for co-moderating.
Thank you.
And for the audience, if this has sparked any questions for you, we would invite you to submit your questions either to me, Michelle Romano, or Alex Ziegler. And if possible, we will respond during this week's meeting. If it's not possible, then we'll respond to you after this week's meeting. But please, we encourage your questions. Please send anything you have that has sparked a question to you, either to me or to Alex. That concludes our panel. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
My name is Jessica White Horton. I am a staff scientist at Oak Ridge National Laboratory and the current chair of the Chapter Relations Committee for INMM, the Institute of Nuclear Materials Management. Today I am here to give you some information about INMM and nuclear materials management. Nuclear materials management involves the production, use, storage, transport, handling, protection, and accounting involved with the essential elements of the civilian nuclear fuel cycle, most notably uranium, plutonium, and other isotopes for uses in medical, industrial, and research and development applications. I'd like to take a moment to introduce you to our current INMM Executive Committee led by President Tina Hernandez. On October 1, Laura Rockwood, the president-elect, will take over and be the president for the next 2 years. Our other officers, as you see listed here, represent a wide, both geographical and age range. INMM brings together leading technical experts to develop strategic policies and requirements for governments and organizations worldwide, helping to advance innovation, scientific knowledge, and best practices. INMM serves as a unifying integrator for the United States' most advanced and impactful nuclear materials management government agencies and organizations, leveraging their collective knowledge, expertise, and experience. Through strong ties with universities, INMM supports government agencies, organizations, and industry by nurturing, developing, and preparing the next generation of nuclear materials management professionals. Currently, INMM has over 1,300 members representing more than 60 countries. INMM was established in 1958, and our annual meeting, occurring each summer, draws a wide international attendance with typically 400 to over 600 participants. INMM fosters a global network that facilitates the sharing of best practices and lessons learned, drawing from diverse experiences in nuclear materials management worldwide. Our vibrant organization includes engineers, scientists, technicians, managers, analysts, industry partners, educators, and students. INMM also consists of 6 divisions: facility operations, non-proliferation and arms control, international safeguards, security and physical protection, materials control and accountability, and packaging, transport, and disposition. INMM has multiple strategic partnerships. They are continuing to cultivate deep collaborations with organizations aligned in mission and function, amplifying the collective impact. Some of these partnerships you can see here include, but are not limited to, the American Nuclear Society, the Asia Pacific Safeguards Network, the European Safeguards Research and Development Organization, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the National Nuclear Security Administration's Graduate Fellowship Program, Women in Nuclear, the World Nuclear Transport Institute, and the World Institute for Nuclear Security. INMM provides members with in-depth analysis and insights on nuclear materials management through its flagship publication, newsletters, and workshops. Some of these include the Journal of Nuclear Materials Management, quarterly newsletters, workshops and professional training, and monthly virtual seminars. INMM offers high-level events and networking opportunities, enabling professionals to connect and collaborate across the industry. INMM hosts an annual meeting each summer. At that meeting, there will typically be between 400 and 500 papers, ranging from highly technical to policy-focused. Anywhere from 400 to over 600 participants from a variety of skills and disciplines. Approximately 30% of participants who will attend the meeting from outside of the United States. At the meeting, there are also multiple educational opportunities for both students and professionals. Some of the key topics include those outlined in the 6 divisions, as well as opportunities for cross-cutting topics between the divisions. The INMM annual meeting for 2025 was held in Washington, D.C., with Rafael Grossi, the IAEA Director General, as the keynote speaker.
That is what nuclear energy can do for all of us in a wider sense. The important thing for professionals like you, and this is a unique audience, this is why talking to you is something that is so important, so relevant for the Director General of the IAEA. So for people like you, real practitioners in different areas, and like us from the IAEA, it's a moment where we must try to get our act together and do the right thing. And this is what we're trying to do. And I will try to explain, and I'm sure that in the conversation later with Rose and through your questions, we're going to be able to do just that. Of course, something that sounds as bureaucratic as managing nuclear material, because of the reasons that I just explained, has acquired a very different meaning, importance, and it reverberates at the energy table, the international security table, the peace table, and we have to analyze, compartment by compartment. Thank you. Thank you for your work in academia, in the national labs, in the private sector, in the companies, for what you are doing. The economic growth, development depends on nuclear energy, and the way you and I do it together will, to a great, great extent, determine whether, as I said, we get it right. Thank you very much.
The meeting was very well attended, achieving numbers not seen since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. The meeting this summer will be held in Austin, Texas from August 2nd through August 6th. While the call for papers is closed for the 2026 meeting, there is still the opportunity to attend. Registration for the annual meeting can be accessed at inmm.org. If you are interested in connecting with INMM, you can certainly check out inmm.org or on LinkedIn, Instagram, or Facebook. You can certainly reach out to any of our staff outlined on the slide.
Thank you to Rule, Suzanne, and Jessica White-Horton for your insightful information about the MCNA developments and about INMM. So now it's time for a lunch break. We're going to take a lunch break until 1 p.m. But first,
So as you know, we've been broadcasting live from Orinal. We have a short video that will kick off the lunch break. This video highlights the Tennessee area with all the wonderful initiatives and activities related to the nuclear renaissance. So thanks again and have a great lunch break.
enjoy.
At Oak Ridge National Laboratory, nuclear science is where it all started. Founded as part of the Manhattan Project, we've been forging the path of nuclear innovation ever since. Today, ORNL continues leading in nuclear science and technology at the heart of the world's largest concentration of nuclear companies right here in East Tennessee. This region is home to more than 150 nuclear companies, a collective built on innovation, partnership, and shared purpose. Companies are choosing to locate here because the area offers unmatched expertise, facilities, and most importantly, a collaborative spirit. Together, we're shaping the next era of nuclear energy, enhancing national security, and increasing America's global competitiveness.
I want to reinforce that just how important the relationship between ORNL, Tennessee Valley Authority, and the overall federal government for what we're doing to advance nuclear power. We've partnered with them in some of their advanced manufacturing techniques and research. We recently installed parts in one of our nuclear reactors that actually is a 3D printed part using some of their work. Well, the Clinch River site is where we have done a lot of research and submitted a construction permit application for the BWRX 300 design. Just kind of a smaller version, more technologically advanced version of many of the other boiling water reactors that are deployed across the country. The ecosystem that we've created, because that's really what it is, an ecosystem that we've created in Northeast Tennessee, is really the epicenter of what nuclear energy can be and will deploy across the United States. This is where nuclear energy was born, and I'm looking forward to it being where it's reborn as well.
Yeah, so the partnership with Oak Ridge is really important to Kairos. Right now we're in the process of building the reactor building behind me for Hermes 1, and there's a lot of costs associated with the civil structures in this building. Working with Oak Ridge to drive down costs and looking for innovative ways on the civil structures is really a big opportunity for Kairos. These partnerships are critical because we're able to leverage cutting-edge technology that the federal government's invested in. And so labs like Oak Ridge have developed really unique and innovative capabilities that industry is not really in a position to always take advantage of.
From the fuel cycle to advanced reactor prototypes to, crucially, workforce development, ORNL and our partners are proving that East Tennessee is the place where nuclear innovation thrives. Oak Ridge National Laboratory, big science, big impact.
Okay, welcome folks to the Mark 18 Target Recovery Program panel. This year, you might remember my presentation from last NMMS meeting. If you were there, we talked about the history of the program and upcoming excitement about eventual rod cut. And as promised, the project has begun processing and the first rods have been cut, even though we're into rod number 2 now. And with that in mind, we decided to go a little different this year than the standard slideshow. We're going to have a panel discussion. And with me on our panel today is Tim Cooper and Chris Armstrong. I'll let them introduce themselves, but I wanted to thank them at the beginning for their time as SMEs experts and people who've been with this project a long time. And we appreciate their input today. And without further ado, I'll let them introduce themselves. Tim, why don't you get us started with your background and history on the project?
Certainly. Hi. So hello, my name is Tim Cooper. I am currently in the NAESH office here. I have been involved with the Mark 18 for probably a dozen years now in various and sundry roles. I've managed it a couple times. I've turned it over to others a couple times, and it's ended up back in my lap. For those of you that have come to NMMS over the past 12 years, some of you have heard me talk about this before. It's not the first presentation to NMMS that we've done on the project. So for those of you that are hearing about it the first time, I hope you enjoy it. For those of you who remember my earlier presentations about what we're going to do someday, as Rob said, we've done it.
Perfect.
Chris?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. So hello, folks. My name is Chris Armstrong. I'm the program manager for the Mark 18 Target Recovery Program. And I have a chemistry background. I was initially the technical lead for the in-cell processing until about 2022. So about 4 years now I've been in this program management role. And it's an exciting job and an exciting opportunity to do some very unique work. So I'm very happy to be involved in the fact that we're actually processing now. So
Fantastic. Thanks. Tim, why don't you give us the elevator pitch, or how would you explain this to that new audience or people who haven't heard about it before? How do you talk about it when you're talking to different programs?
So the Mark 18 is a program that's about the recovery of plutonium-244 specifically from the waste stream. From an NNSA perspective, one of the missions that we have is what's called attribution. And the belief is that someday if somebody were to attack us with a nuclear device, we would like to be able to respond. And the belief is that those dictating the response are probably going to want some information and some assurances about where the attack originated or who was involved. And of course, one of the ways to do that is through wet chemistry of the residue. That's what gives us kind of some of the fingerprints on who was behind the attack, where did the material or where did the device come from. As we look at it, Pu-244 is something that we can use as a spike when we perform that analysis. It really goes from giving us a blurry fingerprint to giving us a clear fingerprint. It really tells us a lot about how much plutonium was destroyed in the testing that we do, and so that allows us to make some much more definitive calculations that help us in the attribution mission. The material was out there. It's been used for this or been thought of for this manner for a long time. And suddenly we realized that the targets that it was sitting in were actually on a waste stream. And under the agreement that we had, EM only had to give us 6 months notice if they wanted to dispose of the waste. And so we realized that we needed to remove this material specifically from the waste stream if we wanted to assure that we had it in the future. Because really, if we started when they decided to start to pitch it, we would not have any chance. We'd not have any chance to really recover it. And so we undertook this project to correct that.
Thanks, Tim. Chris, coming from the site itself, or things you wanted to add, or how you would talk about the program?
Sure. Yeah, Tim captured it really well. I would just add that part of the historical relevance is that there's 65 of these targets left. 21 of them were processed back in the 70s, and we're still using the plutonium-244 that Tim mentioned. Those 65 targets have been sitting in our L basin at Savannah River site, and that's where we're taking them from now, one at a time, processing them here at Savannah River National Lab. So they've been waiting all this time, and now we're actually doing the chemical processing.
Perfect. Tim, you kind of started talking about this, but as I was preparing questions, I was thinking that many projects I come across in work, or we all do, have been sitting around for decades. I'm curious if there's something in particular about 2014 that just the stars aligned, and that was the time that things worked out where that the project actually started. And was there a time before that where there were some fits and starts, or what happened at the beginning?
There have been fits and starts. The earliest fit and start I can find is in the 90s. When NNSA or its predecessors in DOE, the weapons programs, were notified of kind of the unique material that was sitting down there that may actually be worth a lot more programmatically than waste, which is what it was categorized as. And they had looked they'd done a decision analysis in the late 90s, trying to figure out, is it worth going after this material? And they began to look at alternatives, and an office was detailed at that point in time to begin studying this problem and begin to figure out how to do it. And that was the emergency response office that had the forensics mission. I was in emergency response at the time. I was not associated with this project or the decision making on it then. But that office began a study on it, and then September 11 happened, and that office got kind of distracted on everything that was going on post 9/11. And the project kind of just sat. And then through other organizations, I think it really ended up on the back burner. One of the things Chris talked about was, though, that material had been recovered from the Mark 18 targets in the 80s. And those spikes were being used by the attribution community. And what started happening in 2014, there were a couple of things. There was a decision that was made that we would no longer supply PU-244 spikes to our allies. This was made over in the NA-20 programs. At the time, we had been supplying PU-244 spikes to Great Britain and to a couple other entities in Europe in support of their attribution programs. And as our stock of PU-244 was winding down to conserve it, we decided that we would cease sharing material with them. Well, that does, though, of course, have an impact on our own national security. A lot of this stuff you'd like to deal with somewhere else other than here. The other decision that we made is to stop using live spikes in training. That was a little bit of a controversial decision as well. Chris is a chemist and can speak to it a little bit better than I can, but sometimes using simulants doesn't tell you the same thing and doesn't give you the same experience as using the real material. And so those two decisions were impacting the program. And then two other things impacted the program at about the same time. The first of those second two items was L basin de-inventory. EM began to talk much more seriously about the need to begin getting material out of L basin, primarily because they at the time had HIFER cores that were looking to come in and they needed to find space. And so suddenly, from being this material that was kind of sitting there in a rack that people had forgotten about, it went to being material that was perhaps going to get put on a list to go. The final thing is, I guess, the material that Chris talked about that was recovered before has kind of an interesting story, in that some of it was processed here in the United States. And then what you see is, as we get to the late 80s, it falls apart. And for those that remember those times, there was an initiative within government to try to find work for nuclear scientists within the former Soviet Union, primarily so that they would have something to do and would not hopefully be employed by others that might not have the U.S.'s best interests at heart. And so the U.S. signed a contract with the Russians to continue processing our Pu-244 for us. And then global change happened. And by 2014, there was enough going on in the world that our decision makers were at a position where they were willing to concede that perhaps the relationship we had hoped to have with Russia in the early 90s was not the relationship that we in reality had with them. We had paid money for processing of Pu-244, and when the decision was made to start this project, we had not gotten our money back, and we had not gotten our process 244 back. Not long after we started the project, the Russians did finally come through and return material to us. And so then we had to go through a decision analysis about should we continue with the project or not. And the short answer on that one was they returned material to us for about 15-20 years worth of spikes. And we felt that by doing this project, we could buy probably another 100 to 150 years worth of the spikes. And it was deemed as probably a good expenditure of money, really kind of postponed the problem of running out of Pu-244 for a couple of future generations. The thing to remember in all of this is that the uniqueness in this, and I think Chris will probably talk about this a little bit later in the presentation, is that the Pu-244 was created in a high flux reactor down at Savannah River. That's where these targets were irradiated. And we cannot irradiate more targets in that reactor. That reactor has been disassembled and no longer exists. And so to create more Pu-244, we'd have to rebuild another high flux reactor. And when you look at the cost of doing that, the recovery cost for these targets begins to be a much more cost-effective alternative. What happened is kind of all of those things came together in 2014. The other thing that came into there is that the office, Rob, that you're in, Nuclear Materials Integration, was really stood up and got a shot in the arm and told to go work. And we were looking for projects that would demonstrate working across the different stovepipes, columns of excellence, whatever you want to call them in DOE. And this was a project that had a little bit in a lot of different areas and could really demonstrate the ability to work across DOE and work with a broad variety of offices. So the stars lined up and we started the project.
Perfect. That included a lot of details I haven't heard before. So thank you, Tim. Since brought led into the subject, Chris, do you want to talk about what was unique or add on what Tim already spoke to?
Yes, absolutely. Tim, that was some really good information there. I just would add that the environment in these high flux reactors, in particular the K reactor, was unique and back in the day here at Savannah River site. And so we can't reproduce that to produce the Pu-244 that we need. And just the uniqueness of the materials that were processed and irradiated back in the day at Savannah River site are extremely interesting. For example, these targets were originally made out of Pu-242 starting material. And that's very interesting starting material, so that's where the irradiation started. And so that's very unique and original in and of itself. And so you simply can't really do that these days, not on the scale we're talking about here, where you're talking about 20 grams roughly of Pu-244 in those 65 remaining targets. So it's just simply not available anywhere else. And so the fact that we can take advantage of that and do it here. The other thing I'd like to mention too is, as Tim alluded to, some of the history at the beginning. Assessments that was done back probably in that time period, 2014 or roughly then, was an assessment of possible locations for doing the processing of the 65 targets. And so different parts of Savannah River site were looked at. H Canyon, for example, other areas were looked at, and in that assessment, it was determined that Savannah River National Laboratory and our building here, our CAT2 facility here, was the most feasible place to do the separations work and the processing for the targets. So that's how that landed.
All right. Chris, there's a question for you to get started. What does this project mean for the broader DOE NNSA nuclear workforce generally? I know that you bring in students and younger employees, and what's your take on that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's in short, it means a lot. For example, this project is new to the lab, and so we're taking advantage of this opportunity to explore new areas. And so with this opportunity for new workforce, there's also challenges, which we'll probably talk about in a little bit. But the opportunity to provide this type of experience for the next generation of nuclear material processing workers is unique. So we've really embraced that. And we kind of have a mixture of seasoned professionals, mid-career professionals, and the early career professionals, as well as some students and postdocs that are coming aboard. So it's a good blend of experience that we're bringing aboard here. But this particular project, I can say, is highly unique and across the complex, and provides that unique opportunity for folks.
Thank you. Anything you wanted to add on that, Tim?
No, I think Chris has hit it. I think that bringing the next generation of nuclear workforce in really is a critical. It's a relatively small scale, relatively hands-on, and it's a good opportunity to learn for people, I think.
Great. Okay. This project is referred to as modular. What is the significance of that compared to other projects, or a different approach that could have been taken here?
So early on, you heard Chris talk about the potential use of other facilities to do this project. When the project first was approved, the recommendation that had come out of the CD process was to use H Canyon. And we went back and revisited that decision as we were in the process of setting up the project. In fact, went back and redid a portion of that decision analysis because these items had not been considered in the past. There were two reasons that we did that. The first is that H Canyon processes at a very large level and it has loss. And the theory was that we have very little Pu-244 that we're going for, or is available to us in the targets. It's very valuable, and there was just a lot of concern that we might lose more of it in the process than if we did it, in effect, in smaller batches. The other thing that was attractive to us, and this is a little bit more where the modular approach comes to, the department was looking at a concept then that perhaps these large-scale single-purpose facilities were not likely to get funded by Congress. That there are a certain amount of those that of course you can get through, but that for a lot of our processing, perhaps we were going to have to begin doing small-scale processing and building volume by duplicating lines. The other thing that we were thinking of was, at the time, when you build a process like this chemical process, there are aspects of it that you're going to use each time, even if you do different chemical processing, and then there's aspects that you could change. And so a couple of the design criteria came to really kind of build it in stations, as they've done here with basically one station per. The other thing that we had looked at is some flexibility just in the columns that recover material. We didn't want a system where those columns could not be changed and where additional columns could not be added if at some later point in time some change in processing or some additional processing was needed either for this feedstock or should we switch to another feedstock. So again, it was a really kind of a decision to try to go small scale and try to go flexible, so that this apparatus, this line, etc., could be used to meet multiple potential mission needs.
Fantastic. Chris, anything from the site perspective?
Just that I would add that just the geometry of the cells themselves, all this processing happens in 3 of our hot cells. We call them shielded cells here at Savannah River, but we have three hot cells where all the work is done, and just the geometry of the cells in the batch approach that Tim mentioned lends itself to that modular capability, because we can translate that to a different cell because of the way it's set up. So it's naturally a modular project configuration, if you will, just based upon the fact that we have the 3 hot cells and in a processing line that way.
Perfect. Thank you. What kind of for Chris, what kind of specialized equipment is used in this project that might be interesting to our audience today?
Yeah, so from my perspective, it's in the chemistry. So we use ion exchange. A lot of the irradiated material processing starts off with a solvent extraction process. Ours does not do that. Ours is strictly an ion exchange process, and so that ion exchange is where the chemistry happens. That's where we separate out the plutonium from all of the unwanted materials, and then the second ion exchange column enables us to extract the curium. And so from my perspective, it's really the ion exchange and the chemistry that's specialized in this case.
Okay, perfect. Next question, and so for the sake of time, I'll move on to the variation for Tim. From an engineering perspective, what do you find most interesting about this project, Tim?
I'm not sure it's interesting is the right word, but I think kind of what I'm most proud of with it is I think there are a lot of processes out there where there's a concept that's put to the engineer goes off to a room and designs something and kicks it back. And we did with this project try to go back and look at, I think, the engineering process that a lot of us that are engineers were taught in school, where you really go out and talk to your user community. We spent probably a good 1 to 2 years in design before they actually really started fabricating everything. And it was a lot of discussion and a lot of talking through how we were going to do stuff with a large portion of the workforce that was going to do it. We talked to manipulator operators. We brought them into planning meetings. We brought the guys from L Basin into planning meetings. We brought the hourly workers that were going to be producing some of this stuff into the meetings to discuss really kind of how we were going to do it. And we captured a lot of I think really good information and a lot of really practical information that I'm not entirely sure is in a book anywhere. And I encourage that part of the process. I don't think we would have been as successful had we not really spent the time to talk through what we were going to do, capture it, and kind of bring everybody's experience that was going to be involved in this to the table. It was I have not seen that process really done that way throughout much of my career with DOE, and I thought it was a very valuable process.
Excellent. Thank you. Project challenges. Every project has them. Some you can plan for, and you do. As you mentioned, you went to the user community, and some are unplanned. In my planning of this part of the presentation, I gave this more time because I thought we'd need more time to talk about this. But Chris, share about that.
Yeah, there definitely have been. I could break it down into 3 areas. The three P's. There's people, plant, and paper. And the people, of course, are the people that do the work. The plant is the facility, and the paper is all the paperwork and the regulatory aspects. So there've been there have been planned and unplanned challenges with all of those. But to capture the highlights, I would say the biggest challenge has been with the facility and research and development, finding that alignment, because you've got a facility that's accustomed to a conduct of operations guidance, and then you have a research and development that's more familiar with a conduct of research, landscape. And so it's merging those two that has been the real challenge and the opportunity, because in that challenge we've learned how to be a cohesive laboratory with different perspectives, operations and facilities, research and development. And that's been a growing experience for us through these years, and we've really come a long way. So that's the one I would highlight more than any other.
Perfect. Thank you. Tim? Oh, I'm not hearing you. Could you hear him, Chris?
No, yeah, I think you're muted, Tim.
Oh,
Maybe.
you got to renew your button, I think.
How about that? Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Somewhere I had a button flip. So I think what Chris said was correct. There's some things that are in there that are planned, and some of the things that are challenges are also opportunities. One of the things that we learned early on in this project, we started the project off, and by virtue of, I think, starting it in 2014, we had a lot of very late career people on the beginning of this project. And in that first couple of years, first 2-3 year time period, a lot of people that we were meeting with began retiring. And so we began seeing that we were going to have to address that early on. One of the things that was added to this, a cold training facility that we built and chartered. It was not initially planned as part of this project, but we saw that really what we were going to have to do, because we were not going to have the people with the same level of experience executing that we're planning, we were going to have to do something to begin getting people hands-on experience very early in the process. And so that was one of the things that was a challenge that we really tried to plan around. I think the second things in there are a little bit more opportunity. When we started the project off, the proposed approach was to use the cranes in the facilities, take the covers off the hot cell, and bring the targets in through the roof of the hot cell. And that's got an awful lot of risk, just from terms of suspended loads overhead of people, et cetera, et cetera. And the engineering group, Alan Busby's group, came forward and really challenged us to try to see if we could do some engineered things to try to mitigate that risk. And so you see a side load of a hot cell that feeds the targets in now, where we don't have to take a cover off. We go through a donut seal. And later on, you see another innovation that they brought, which is a robot to remove the heavy curium that comes out through the cell wall in a role that had been a human role before. And so I think that as people get involved and start thinking, you've got to, or you're going to see people bring their unplanned challenges, but their opportunities for improvement to you, and you have to be open to accepting those and figuring out how you're gonna deal with those and how you're going to evaluate them. In this case, we used kind of a cost-benefit analysis when each change was brought forward to us, tried to quantify the risk that it was mitigating, and looked at the cost. And in most cases, we're able to justify mitigating large amounts of risk for relatively small amounts of money. I think the unplanned challenge that happened to us was COVID. All you can do with that one is react. COVID problem ended up being magnified for us. We actually had two challenges that were brought forward to the project that hit us at the same time. When we had started the project, one of the things that we were warned about is that the windows in the hot cells in the facility might need to be replaced. And we had done a risk register, and we had specific meetings dealing with project risk and discussing project risk. It used to be a monthly meeting for us in the early stages of the project, and we kept coming back to the risks of those windows, and there was nothing we could do but accept the risk. We couldn't find ways to mitigate. We couldn't find ways to avoid. We couldn't come up with any strategies other than to accept it might happen and deal with it when it did. And it did. We began to deal with it. We found some funding and to begin replacing the windows that needed to be replaced for our effort. And in doing so, that's when COVID hit. And at the DOE facilities, there was a strong push to try to keep the M&O contractors employed and doing something through COVID. Unfortunately, things like hot cell window replacement are done through subcontracts or subcontracts, and that effort didn't extend down. And so that was work that was not able to be done during COVID. To compound the problem, the people qualified to do that work lost their qualifications because they weren't working. And so at the end of COVID, as they had to be brought back in to do that work, we had to get them requalified to operate on the site. And then because they hadn't been operating for 2 to 3 years, they were a little bit rusty. Instead of being something where we were a project like what they've been doing for the past 10 years, we were suddenly the first one of these projects they'd done in the last 3 or 4 years. And there's a difference. And so that was a huge impact on us. I think in COVID, though, you also see some things that helped us, and that's going to sound a little bit weird. We had gotten the cold training facility chartered in the time prior to COVID, and so as we had to come up with plans and we're looking at ways to try to keep projects working, projects advancing, we began looking at how can you operate. And the cold training facility was a controlled environment, no windows, it had a couple of doors, but it had walls and a ceiling. And you could control the number of people in there, and so we really broke up tasks and went to a kind of a 24-hour day with different people coming in there, either alone or working with one other person, and maintaining a social distance, as it was called at the time, but individually or small group of personnel, so that people could continue to work and continue trying to advance their stage of the process throughout the day. They'd work nights, they'd work weekends, they'd work whenever they could reserve some time and whenever they could check into the building so that people would know they were there and safe work could be done. But I think that there are improvements to the chemical process that came out of that. One of Chris's predecessors did not have a lot to do other than try to fine-tune the chemistry process, and I know he sat there a lot of nights, kind of controlling rates of feed and trying to figure that out, trying to figure quantities of materials out, really trying to perfect the chemistry. When I talked with him at the time, he said the chemistry had been tested, of course, on the bench scale, and this was a chance for him to really test it and see how it worked at the full scale. And as things didn't always work the same at the full scale as they did on the benchtop and lab. And so a lot of those issues actually got worked out during COVID. And I'm not sure if COVID hadn't happened if we would have invested the time in doing that. We had some time planned to do that, but not the amount of time that COVID provided us.
Fantastic. That's a great adaptation. So as our final prompt or question, I thought of this as if you could go back in time and tell your 2014 self or years ago self, what would be a short bit of advice that you would share in that context, or somebody starting a project now or currently working one?
I had always, in projects that I'd done before, seen value to cold operations, full scale with the equipment you're going to use a few times before we go out there and do this for real. And as I said, despite the fact that we'd had that experience and we'd credited that as a reason for success on some projects that we'd done prior to this one, we had not initially built in that cold training facility. We came back and did that. and I think it paid off in spades. It was a relatively small investment in time and funds in order to add something that I think brought tremendous value to the project. And so what I would suggest is as you start a project, try to figure out how are you going to test these components, how are you going to try these things out, how are you going to get the people that are going to do this, not just the people thinking about it, but the people that are actually going to do this get their hands on the equipment and get them using it. I think the second thing is that there's a training component aspect to it, but I think the other thing that's very valuable that you get out of this is the feedback. And I sit there and I look at there's a procedure in this for pulling the targets out of the shipping container that they brought over from an L basin, and I look at how they were planning to do that, and I look at what it is today after getting feedback from the manipulator operators that we're really going to have to do the task, and it's a different process. I look at some of the things on the equipment, just knobs, levers and things that used to be in different locations. There used to be different types of knobs. There used to be different types of levers that based on the feedback of people trying to operate this in real life with us running nothing but water through it. Where did they have challenges? Where did they have problems? What did they have difficulty seeing? Getting that feedback so that you could get it right when it's sitting in a cold environment rather than once it's in the cells and sitting in a hot environment, I think is invaluable in our line of work, and I would recommend that to anybody coming along.
Perfect. Very succinct. Chris, how about you?
Yeah, I echo everything that Tim said. It's the advice I would give in a nutshell is take advantage of the opportunities with the mock-up facility that we in our case we had. But at a high level, I would say to do flexible. 2 is be patient, and 3 is communicate. And when Tim talked about the feedback, and that was crucial, and that's communication. And looking back, we could have communicated a little bit better among the different orgs, getting us going a little bit earlier, taking more advantage of even more advantage of the mock-up than we did, for example, with some of our training. So there's different communication levels that, we could have done better on. And that's always a challenge, but that's why I would highlight that that would be the advice I would give is definitely communicate and take advantage of that feedback.
Perfect. Thank you. Now that we're wrapping up, I just wanted to give you a chance for some final thoughts, and I'll start with an acknowledgement of ORNL's portion of this project is very important. And unfortunately, Sharon Robinson, the lead on that, couldn't make this meeting, but I just wanted to acknowledge her and the processing that will occur at ORNL after this, and thank her for all that work. And she's been with it, I think, even longer than Tim, if that's right.
She has been with it longer than I have, yes. When it was initially being planned for the H Canyon, she is one of the ones that did that planning and made that recommendation. So there's few people that have been on it longer than me, but she's one of them that has.
Yeah, all right. So why don't you share anything else you wanted to say before we wrap up?
I'd just like to thank everybody for their time and attention to this project. I think a lot of us that work in and around government, you only get a certain number of projects in your career, and I think some of the feedback that I have on this personally, and some that I've gotten from talking to a lot of the engineers and scientists that are out there that have worked on this, by virtue of being government scientists and engineers, I think we spend a lot of our time doing paper. And it's very nice to actually get out there and actually try to build something and do something and create a processing line that you can bring online. I have thoroughly enjoyed the process. I'm not going to lie, it got agonizing at times, but looking back on it, I enjoyed it and still do. If you get recommend it to everybody. I'd welcome you if you want to do some work on the Mark 18 line or with the Mark 18 line. Give Chris and Rob a call. They can try to find a way to integrate you.
Perfect. Thank you. Chris?
Absolutely. I echo that, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I appreciate folks listening in on us. And if anybody has any questions, please reach out. And if anybody would like to see the line during processing activities, please let us know. Be happy to show it to you.
It's quite an offer. And yeah, if you need to reach out to Tim or Chris, I put my email here and I can put you in touch with anyone on the project. And I wanted to thank you gentlemen both for your time today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks to everyone on the panel for the highlights of the Mark 18 program. And we're going to take a pause in the programming for a second because over our lunch break, we received a real-time question related to this morning's MCNA developments panel. And we thought it'd be a timely way to do the Q&A here to share with you all in the NMMS community right now. So Alex, can you read the question and answer?
My pleasure. So the question was, given the surge in need for MCNA professionals outside of the DOE, how is the education of these new professionals being addressed? And I'm going to be reading this as well because it is a very thorough and wonderful response that Rule Hicks provided the insights to address her question, which we found would be beneficial to share with you all today. He said, addressing the growing demand for MCNA professionals is a multifaceted effort that involves federal agencies, universities, and international partners. The following is an overview of how the education and development of new professionals are being addressed. This is through foundational training in the DOE National Training Center, or NTC, the primary hub for MCNA training, where the U.S. government is the DOE NTC Center. The NTC offers a comprehensive curriculum with courses covering nearly every aspect of MCNA, from introductory principles to advanced measurement techniques and inventory management. These courses are regularly updated to align with the latest DOE directives and to incorporate lessons learned from real-world events, ensuring the federal workforce remains proficient. The second one is universities and industry collaborations. This is recognizing that the need for MCNA expertise extends beyond the DOE. There are numerous collaborations to educate the next generation. The NNSA recently awarded significant funding to university consortia to advance nuclear security science and build a pipeline of future experts. Institutions like the University of Tennessee, Texas A&M, and the University of Michigan have long-standing programs in nuclear safeguards, non-proliferation, and measurement systems. Furthermore, universities are establishing specialized certificate programs, often in partnership with national labs, to provide focused training in nuclear safeguards and security to students and professionals. The third is NNSA-led pipeline and career development programs. The NNSA have taken proactive steps to build a sustainable pipeline of MCNA talent. This in specifically NNSA MCNA Academy.
Oh, letters.
Yep, you got that right. This innovative program targets undergraduate students as well as early career and mid-career professionals. The Academy provides immersive, multi-week training simulations, and for students, offers a direct pathway to a career through internships that can lead to full-time positions at NNSA sites. This initiative is a direct response to the challenges of aging workforce and is designed to both recruit new talent and upskill existing experts.
So thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer, Rule. And we're happy to have been able to provide that to you in real time. So as a reminder, keep the questions coming. We'll answer them as quickly as possible and hopefully share with the community. So now we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back here at 2 p.m. to hear about some of the initiatives that NMMS has related to its operational efficiencies.
Hello and welcome back. We want to make a moment to recognize a huge part of NMMS daily operations. You, the reporting community. The NMMS team values its relationship with facility personnel and stays in regular contact with the nuclear facility operators. The time our analysts spend working through reporting needs with nuclear material accountants, MCNA personnel, reactor operators, and radiation safety officers often inspires tools and reports that help you do your jobs more efficiently. Improvements that ultimately benefit analysts, data submitters, and data recipients alike, from international partners to defense programs. It's our relationship with you that makes all this possible. The first talk today will demonstrate several of these initiatives. NMMS fillable forms, the new TJ45E. Don't you like that abbreviation? And the upcoming redesign of the composition code reports and eSAMs. If you'd like a tutorial customized to your operations, please contact NMMS to request a meeting. The second presentation covers NMMS' response to growing demand for nuclear accountancy training, driven by the expanding fuel cycle. NMMS has partnered with Oak Ridge National Lab to deploy the NMMSS, which stands for Nuclear Material Accountancy Learning Management System, which we are already using for reporting training classes and populating with 24/7 resources like guidance documents and risk directories. We're also developing a new professional development course, The Art and Science of Nuclear Material Accountancy, covering topics from nuclear science fundamentals and MCNA to non-proliferation from a real-world perspective. We plan to launch this MCNA-related course, The Arts and Science of Nuclear Material Accountancy, very soon, hopefully either the end of FY26 or early FY27. If you would like to participate and provide feedback, please reach out to NMMS and at the NSA DOA Gov. So please, with that, I would like to launch our next segments.
Hi, my name is Emily Himmelfarb. I'm an NMMS analyst, and today I'll be presenting highlights of NMMS operational efficiency initiatives to support domestic U.S. nuclear operators. At the core of the Nuclear Materials Management and Safeguard System program is an unwavering commitment to continuous improvement. The NMMS team tirelessly examines every facet of our system, constantly seeking opportunities to identify efficiencies and elevate the user experience for the entire NMMS community. We understand that the critical mission of nuclear material management demands not just reliability, but also adaptability and forward-thinking solutions. The landscape of MCNA is inherently dynamic, constantly evolving with advancements in technology, new regulatory requirements, and shifting strategic priorities. While NMMS already provides critical foundational capabilities for tracking and reporting nuclear materials, our dedication extends beyond maintaining the status quo. We are continuously working on developing new tools and reports specifically designed to further enhance your experience, streamline operations, and bolster the overall efficiency and accuracy of nuclear material accountancy. Our team is diligently exploring and developing the next generation of solutions, specifically designed to empower you, our users, with more robust, intuitive, and integrated capabilities. Our proactive approach ensures that NMMS not only meets today's demands, but is also prepared for the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. We have 4 items to discuss today. One is a tool that's been around for a while, the NMMS Fillable Forms. One is a recent release, the TJ45E report. We have something coming soon, the redesigned B25 composition code reports, and down the road, eSAMs. Beginning with an existing tool, the updated fillable forms provide a secure, web-based, and user-friendly method for creating your NMMS reports, mirroring the familiar look of a PDF. This means no more software installations, just access through your preferred web browser. The enhancements like drop-down fields for data validation and the ability to add unlimited reduces data entry errors and improves accuracy. The Load XML file button allows for easy editing of previously submitted data, further streamlining your reporting process and decreasing the need for manual error-prone entries. We have also gone through a few variations to improve the PDF output for those that need it. We did recently release a more printer-friendly PDF output from the fillable forms in response to community requests, but most importantly, the fillable forms are still making XML accessible to everyone. Last year, we achieved a 50% reduction in manual transaction data entry. This year, fillable forms will be the entry point to NMMS reporting for companies working on advanced reactor projects under the Office of Nuclear Energy's OTAs. Some of these projects have really tight timelines, and the simplicity of the fillable forms is perfectly suited to support their NMMS reporting as they hit the ground running in pursuit of advancing America's nuclear energy capabilities. I'll now go into a demo of how these features can enhance your workflow, beginning with the installation. To begin, we're going to install the NMMS fillable forms. I have a file on my desktop with the install instructions in it. And from here, I'm going to navigate to nmalearning.ornl.gov. Now, if you do not already have an account, you're going to come here and click Request New Account and complete the form. And then you'll receive an email within about 48 hours with your temporary password, and you'll be able to sign in. I do already have an account, so I'm going to sign in. So once we log in, we're just going to navigate to the NMMS Resource Center. You can do that by clicking here or down here, or from home here, or even under my courses is here. So we're going to go to NMMS Resources Center, click on NMMS Supporting Software. Here we have the NMMS fillable forms. And once that's downloaded, we'll just go to our Downloads folder, click and I'm going to put this into that folder that I set up on my desktop so I can find it easily. Select and extract. Okay, and here we go. So we have, this is your 741. You can also go to the main page, and this will pull up all of the forms that you can access. For example, the inventory listing or the material balance report. And that is the installation process for NMMS fillable forms. Just be sure to extract all files. Our first scenario will be a simple transaction that I'm going to try to move through pretty quickly. Just remember to tune in Wednesday and Thursday to learn more about how to complete the forms. I'm the shipper, so I'm going to enter my risk directly into the shipper box, ZZZ. Using the dropdown, I'll select the receiver risks, which is another control account, but I can see from the name that this is the one that I want because the dropdown shows it to me. Transfer number will be 1, but this is the first of many shipments I will make. Process code A and action code A. The activity date is today for this shipment that just departed the loading dock with a total gross weight of 980. Moving into the details section, there are some business practices that will inform my choices. MyRIS ZZZ cleans residual material from components and returns the recovered material back to the client to reuse. So the batch name in the shipment back to the client reflects the batch name as it was originally received. This is both part of our contract and it helps us with the internal project management. As such, it will be XAC WASH 0101. Continuing on, the number of items is 9, material type is 20, comp code 776, and owner code is J. The element weight in whole numbers is 167 and isotope weight is 8. Isotope weight percent will always be the same going to XAC because the material that they happen to work with is 4.66% enriched. Needs, but I have a few more things to do per our contract with the client. Under material type and description, I enter return drum of processed enriched uranium. Under miscellaneous, I enter our contract code, SRPS, and the unrounded values. The client requests 3 decimal places because they need that level of detail for their precision work, but whole numbers must be reported to NMMS, so those unrounded values are going to go in the miscellaneous box too. So that's 167.297 grams element and 7.796 grams isotope weight. I can go ahead and press save as XML now. Oh, but the fillable forms is telling me that I forgot number of lines, which is an essential field so that NMMS knows that they received all the data that I wanted to send to them. So I'll just go back and add that, pressing save as XML again. Going to my downloads folder, I see that this gave me a zip file. Microsoft has recently been giving some warning messages about XML files, which is why it has to download like this. I'm just going to go ahead and extract the XML from the file folder. If you encounter warnings on your system, please try working with your IT department to allow you to access the XML, but if you are unable to, please go ahead and just send the entire zip folder to NMMS. We will be able to extract it on our end and would rather unzip a folder than receive a PDF. Our programmers are keeping an eye on the situation, but you can always contact us if you encounter any difficulties. You may recall from last year's presentation when I demonstrated how a receiver could use the shipper supplied data and the load XML feature to quickly create a receipt transaction just by loading the shipper's XML, changing the action code to a receipt action code, updating the receipt date with the actual date of receipt, and removing the total gross weight. But what about the shipper? How can shippers use the fillable forms to their advantage? I will now demonstrate how to create a template from this XML that we just created, because that was our first shipment to XAC. There will be many more for this campaign. This is a little bit more advanced since we're going to be interacting with the XML file, but it's very useful to be familiar with the NMMS XML schema. Computer readable and human readable. So I'll make a copy of this XML file and I will just paste it back here on my desktop. It's easy to find. And then I will right-click to edit in Notepad. My goal is to delete the things that will change, such as the dates and amounts, but preserve all the things that will be constant through this campaign, like my risks and the receiver risks and the business-related items. So after identifying a tag that I want to clear out, I can just delete the contents between the quotation marks. I'm going to keep the quotation marks themselves, that's very important, but I'm going to just delete what's in between. So I'll delete the values from transfer number, action date, total gross weight, number of items, element weight, and isotope weight. Then I'm going to remove the numbers from the batch name, but I will keep the prefix. And lastly, I'm going to replace the specific amounts in the miscellaneous section with an underscore, because that'll leave a space for me to fill those later, but it'll keep the format for me. Now that I've saved, the last thing I want to do is I'm just going to rename this and make it a template. CZC to XAC template. And now if I go back to my fillable forms, open up the 741 form, use load XML file, and I select my template. I'll now have this for every shipment that I make to this client for the rest of the campaign, and everything that I need to fill in is already blank for me, so that way I can never forget to reset it. But I also preserve all this other information that's going to stay the same. Right now, I also need to reconcile with NMMS for my inventory. Since my facility receives material then sends it back out, we only carry small quantities of samples year over year. I will use my submittal from last year to get started. By using the Load XML feature, I can just change the date and this will load my previously submitted data regarding those samples. I will now modify line 3 because we sent that old batch out months ago. The material we are processing at the moment is batch XAC Wash 0103 with element weight of 145 and isotope weight of 7 and isotope weight percent of 4.66. The other change that I need to make is to the amount of material that we are accumulating in our waste drum. We measured this to be 52 element and 2 isotope weight. The batch name will also change to Waste 0626 since we send unrecoverable waste material quarterly. Lastly, I'll recalculate the 899 line, and that comes out to 2079. Lastly, I'll complete the material balance from scratch, but it'll be just as easy as the other forms were to complete. So RIS ZZZ 5/1/2025 to 4/30/2026, material type E1. My beginning balance of privately owned material matches my previously reported ending balance, so it's 1617. Receipts of 530 element and 25 isotope from our new client XAC. Shipments of 117 and 5 isotope went to XAA. The remaining 14 and 1 was added to the waste drum at the time, so 34 grams element and 2 grams isotope went to waste. During our material balance period, the first were processed and shipped back, so that's 167 plus 166 and 8 plus 8 for a total of 333 element and 16 isotope weight. All of this gives us our ending balance of 207 and 9, which perfectly matches our inventory, so I don't even need to do a rounding bias. It's almost like someone perfectly engineered this thing so that all the numbers would align for me. I can now send my material status report to NMMS using output of the fillable forms, and this completes our demonstration. As you can see, even though we did some more advanced work today, using the fillable forms themselves is very intuitive. It is extremely easy to get started. New OTA facilities have submitted their first transactions to NMMS using the fillable forms, and there is a handful of people that use them weekly or even daily to submit to NMMS. We've been encouraging universities to use them for their annual material status reports, but we are seeking to broaden that reach even more. The NMMS community can help make XML the standard reporting medium by sending XML versions of your transactions along with the PDF to the other party, even if they are a new company, a university, your nuclear laundry, or a small analytical lab. The fillable forms make XML accessible to all kinds of facilities. Next, we want to talk about a new resource that NMMS has developed for the community. This is the TJ045E, Transaction Detail for Gains and Losses. This report was thoughtfully developed in response to patterns the NMMS analysts have observed across the community, with the goal of providing clearer support in an area that can be complex, even for experienced professionals. It represents the NMMS analysts' ongoing commitment to anticipating user needs and providing resources that make your work easier and more efficient. This new report provides a more detailed and user-friendly view of nuclear material transactions that have been reported to NMMS. Specifically, it presents the data by isotopic weight percent. Further, it will automatically map the assay range into specific E categories for non-DOE owned material and to DOE specific material type codes. Although this report is most helpful for enriched uranium inventories, it is also able to handle any other assay specific material types, such as plutonium or depleted uranium. The beauty of this report is that it does not require any additional data. It leverages assay information that is already in NMMS. The report will automatically categorize your transactions by the reported isotope weight %, saving you manual effort and reducing the potential for human error, ultimately increasing accuracy. This means improved annual reconciliations for your facility, as you'll have a clearer picture of material balances and faster identification of discrepancies. If you're interested in receiving your TJ45E report, contact NMMS at nmsa.doe.gov to request the report. We are excited to announce the upcoming release of the redesigned D25 series of composition code reports, which will focus on maximizing readability and utility. You won't find any new comp codes on this report. In fact, you'll find far fewer. We have eliminated a lot of clutter by filtering only for composition codes which are valid for reporting as of today. This is the same D25 report that you all know and probably don't love, but just rebuilt and reorganized. I'll now show you how we transformed the comp code report using the D25B composition COEI as our model, and hopefully teach you some things about the D25 along the way. Starting with our recreation of the D25B showing codes 215 to 244. Beginning with the highlighted column, time period restrict code. Here, J indicates valid for use only after 1976, and no value indicates valid for use only prior to 1976. And B is for both, however, it used to have a different meaning. So the current description applies to usage after 776, and the line below is for comp code description prior to 776. These comp codes with time period restrict code B thus always have two meanings as a result of the code numbers being reused across different iterations of the composition code listing. And it's just a typical challenge of working with a database. Those old descriptions do not apply today. To simplify the report, we wanted to only include composition codes that would not trigger an edit check if used today. So these older codes needed to be removed. Next, we will tackle all those boxes that take up half the page. This is Transaction Material Acceptance Code. An X indicates that the comp code is not accepted for a given material type. E indicates that everyone, licensee or contractor, may apply the comp code to that material type. This ensures that the comp codes being applied to the material make sense, and is a quality check against typos or misclicks. If you, for example, apply the composition code for metal oxide to deuterium, this unusual combination would be flagged by an edit check, and an NMMS analyst would follow up to ensure that we got the correct data. So this is an important area, but it can be a little hard on the eyes. It would be better if information was just a simple list. So we can remove the X's and transform the E's into the corresponding material type code, and finally, we get rid of those little boxes. With that completed, we can turn to some of the other columns that we have yet to address on our D25B transaction COEI report, like inventory line type. And on the far right, comp code applicability and inventory forward line share a column, with comp code applicability in the upper row and inventory forward line in the lower. If comp code applicability is blank or null, the comp code can only be used for inventory reporting. On the other hand, a code T indicates that a comp code can be used in transactions as well. Since we are working on transforming the transaction report, it's tempting to pay attention to the applicability and disregard those other inventory-related values. However, we can actually combine the information from those other two data points to our advantage. The inventory line type indicates if a COEI code is valid for a data entry line on a Form 742C physical inventory listing, or if it just represents a header or total line, not to be reported to NMMS. The header and total lines just serve as a kind of bookend for processes that the codes within apply to. Inventory forward line is a related field in that it points to the higher numbered or forward total line comp code applicable to each of the total line comp codes has a forward line of 899, since the composition code 899 is the grand total comp code, and these other totals represent just intermediate subtotals, which are not actually reported to NMMS. Only composition codes with inventory line type E for entry are used for reporting, but we can use these to group reportable comp codes on the basis that they all point to the same forward line. At this point, we no longer need those total comp codes, but we can take the description of the header code to become our process name. Pivoting to this data structure enables more functional sorting and categorization, but maintains the original spirit of the D25 structure. Lastly, by filtering for only valid reporting codes, we have effectively nullified several other columns and are able to clear those out as well, leaving space for an additional description and an expanded listing of the material types accepted for those that prefer to see them spelled out rather than the numeric codes. And that completes the process of transforming the D25 report from a 40-page PDF to a table that can be used in Excel. Now, if you really loved the original D25, don't worry, because all the changes are focused on D25A, Inventory COEI, and D25B, Transaction COEI. We are continuing to offer the main D25 report in its current format, including all composition codes across all time periods, so it can remain as a back-end and historical reference, ensuring continued access to past data. That being said, some minor tweaks were made to a limited number of values in the table to ensure consistency, but these have all been documented in the change record, which will be included with the new reports. On the screen here is a quick sneak preview of the new format and features. The new interactive format will allow you to quickly search, sort, and understand the codes relevant to your specific reporting scenarios. No more scrolling through 40-page PDFs. We have allowed formatting customization, so you can show or hide columns as you see fit, color code, or make notes, but the table contents are locked, so you never have to worry about an accidental edit. The other advantage of the new Excel format is that we have more space to work with. We are not limited by an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. This allowed us to incorporate the additional description field of the NMMS database, but never fit in the old reports. The additional description should provide extra context and will really ease the learning curve for all of the new facilities starting operations. By making this resource more effective, we anticipate a decrease in the use of invalid composition codes, which are currently a common source of reporting errors. This will directly save you time and effort by reducing the need for corrections and ensuring your reports are accurate from the start. Keep an eye out for our upcoming special announcement so you can start using the new reports. The Safeguards Management Software, SAMS, is a free tool which was first introduced as a desktop application by the Department of Energy and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission over 20 years ago. SAMS was a groundbreaking application for its time, designed to assist facilities in accurately editing and preparing nuclear material data before electronic submission to the Nuclear Materials Management and Safeguard System. This was done to avoid reporting errors and to minimize undue workload for the nuclear operators. However, technology evolves, and what was once cutting edge over time could become a bottleneck. Over the last few years, the feedback from the community and the nature of the technical assistance requests from facilities demonstrate a significant departure from single desktop use. We are seeing increasing demand for multi-user access, enterprise-level deployment, and better integration with other corporate-level information systems. To assist the broader domestic nuclear community with these emerging trends as efficiently as possible, NMMS is thrilled to announce that it is focused on developing the next generation SAMS, or as we refer to it, eSAMS, Electronic Safeguards Management Software. This modernization effort is not just an update, it's a strategic enhancement designed to bring SAMS capabilities into the 21st century, ensuring its continued relevance and effectiveness in our rapidly evolving technological landscape. eSAMS will build on the critical strength of its predecessor, the same rigorous data quality checks that were integral to the original SAMS application. The modernization process for ESAMs includes several key improvements. These are intended to achieve the following outcomes: migration to a more stable, scalable, and secure cloud environment for the software, improve functionalities to meet data preparation and quality control needs, enhanced user interface to provide a more intuitive and user-friendly experience, and greater compatibility to integrate with a diverse range of IT infrastructures in use across the community. Ultimately, ESAMs will help streamline operations, facilitate compliance with regulations, and support the effective management of nuclear materials and safeguards across the country. The NMMS team is making excellent progress, and we are projecting to be ready for beta testing in Q1 of calendar year 2027. We are actively seeking partners to help us refine and perfect this critical tool. If you're interested in participating in our beta test program and contributing to the future of nuclear material management, please contact us at nemis@nnsa.doe.gov. This is an exciting step forward in our commitment to continuous improvement across the nuclear material accounting community. Maintaining and operating the nuclear materials management and safeguard system requires dual focus. We ensure the rock-solid reliability of the core functions that have made NMMS the trusted system for decades, accurately tracking every gram of nuclear material. But we also recognize that the nuclear landscape is constantly evolving. Therefore, we continuously develop and integrate cutting-edge tools and reports specifically designed to address these evolving challenges and opportunities. The NMMS team is always working on ways to help the user community have a more efficient NMMS experience. Your feedback and engagement are invaluable as we continue to evolve NMMS to meet the complex demands of our changing world. We have a few things in the pipeline right now, so make sure that you are signed up for our newsletter so you'll be alerted when they're released.
The nuclear landscape is evolving. Across the NMMS community, we are seeing growing demands, expanding responsibilities, and an increasing need for a workforce that is prepared to operate with clarity and consistency. As this environment continues to change, so does the way we think about training. Not just what we teach, but how we deliver it, how we access it, and how we ensure that learning is consistent across sites and roles. Historically, training across the NMMS community has often depended on coordination, materials shared through different channels, communication spread across multiple platforms, and delivery that can vary depending on the setting. This approach works, but it can also create challenges. It can be difficult to ensure that everyone is working from the same information, that training is delivered in a consistent way, and that participants have continued access to materials once a course is ended. As the workforce grows and evolves, these challenges become more visible and more important to address. To support this effort, NAESH 12 and NMMS have implemented the NMA Gateway Learning Management System. At its core, the LMS provides a structured, centralized approach to training. It creates a single location where participants can register for courses, access materials, complete assignments, and engage with content in a consistent way. It also supports instructors and program staff by reducing the need for manual coordination. Instead of managing multiple tools and communication channels, the LMS brings these functions together into one system. This allows training to be delivered more efficiently and more reliably. Through this approach, the LMS helps support a more focused effort across the NMMS community. It strengthens the workforce, accessible. It expands access to training by allowing materials and activities to be delivered in a consistent, repeatable format. And it improves consistency by ensuring that learners across different sites and roles are working from the same foundation. Over time, this creates something more than a system. It creates a shared structure for how learning happens, a place where knowledge is easier to find, easier to deliver, and easier to apply. A true knowledge center. The LMS is currently in an early rollout phase, but it is already playing a central role in supporting training. To date, more than 150 user accounts have been created across participants, instructors, and program staff. It is also supporting 6 NMMS courses this fiscal year, including both virtual and in-person offerings. Through the LMS, participants are able to register for training, access course materials, complete quizzes and assignments, and submit course evaluations. During the recent virtual course, participants used the LMS throughout the event to access materials and complete daily work. These early efforts confirm that the system is functioning as intended and that it is meeting its core purpose. At a practical level, the LMS simplifies how training is delivered. It reduces the need for manual coordination. It provides a centralized location for course registration materials, and it allows participants to continue accessing resources even after a course has ended. The last point is especially important. Training is no longer limited to a single event. Instead, materials remain available as a reference, supporting continued learning over time. The LMS also supports the development of a growing resource center, one that includes key NMMS resources, structured materials, and tools that participants can return to as needed. Looking forward, the LMS is positioned to expand in several important ways. It will continue to support additional courses, reach a broader group of users, and provide better insight into participation and performance over time. Which is a foundation, a way to deliver training that is structured, scalable, and consistent across the NMMS community. This foundation gives us the opportunity to build on what already works, to create courses that are not only accessible, but intentionally structured, grounded in real work, and designed to support both new and experienced professionals. What does that look like in practice? The following example highlights one of these efforts.
As mentioned earlier, the nuclear landscape is expanding. Across the industry, we are seeing renewed investment, expanded operations, and increasing demand. This will positively impact our work at NMMS to ensure that we are supporting nuclear material accounting and reporting. As part of this effort to train the future, NAESH 12 and NMMS have developed the Art and Science of Nuclear Material Accounting, an introductory level course designed to strengthen foundational knowledge and support individuals working across the NMMS community. This course is intended for individuals who are directly involved in nuclear material accounting and reporting, as well as those who support or interact with NMMS processes. It is especially relevant for new professionals entering the field, personnel transitioning into roles with accounting responsibilities, experienced staff who want to reinforce and reconnect with core concepts. The course is designed to meet learners where they are, while maintaining a clear focus on nuclear material accounting and staying grounded in what matters most for our work. The course is intentionally structured to build from the ground up. It starts with the fundamentals, atomic structure, radiation basics, and the nuclear fuel cycle, because these concepts provide the context for everything that follows. Before someone can effectively account for nuclear material, they need a clear understanding of what that material is, where it comes from, and how it behaves under different conditions. Without that foundation, reporting requirements can feel abstract or disconnected from the work being performed. By establishing this baseline, learners are better prepared to recognize different material types and understand how those materials move through processes and facilities. They begin to see how key characteristics influence how materials are tracked. These topics also help bridge the gap between science and operations. Concepts like enrichment, decay, and material form start to feel more concrete, more relevant. Learners can connect them directly to day-to-day activities in the field. From there, the course shifts into nuclear material accounting, It builds on that foundation and moves into how materials are actually controlled, tracked, and reported. This includes the core principles of material control and accounting. Learners begin to see how facilities create structure around nuclear material, how it is measured, how it is contained within defined areas, and how changes are monitored over time. The course also introduces the regulatory context behind these activities, not just the requirements themselves, but where they come from and how they are applied. It also highlights why consistency and accuracy matter across the system. Learners are then introduced to the role of NMMS as the national system for tracking nuclear material. This helps place their work into a broader context. It shows how facility-level activities connect to a larger picture of accountability and reporting. Finally, everything comes together through reporting-focused content. Learners move beyond concepts and begin working through how reporting is carried out in practice. What information is needed, how it is structured, and how common scenarios are handled. The goal is straightforward, not just to understand what is required, but to feel confident applying that knowledge in real-world situations. To give a sense of how the course is presented, the following examples highlight selected visuals and materials. Each topic is supported by clear visuals and structured explanations, designed to make complex concepts easier to understand and apply. The emphasis is on clarity, usability, and direct relevance to NMMS-related work. The course is designed to be flexible and adaptable. It can be delivered in person, virtually, or through a hybrid format. In its current form, the course is structured as an approximately 2-day experience, though this may vary depending on the audience and delivery approach. NA, ESH12, and NMMS continue to evaluate delivery methods to ensure the course is effective across different settings, and NA, ESH12 is currently preparing to pilot this course in summer of 2026. As part of this effort, NA, ESH12, and NMMS are seeking individuals who are interested in participating in a pilot offering of the training. This is an opportunity to experience the course early, provide feedback that will shape future delivery, and help ensure the course meets the needs of the NMMS community. If you are interested in participating, please reach out to us to express your interest by emailing us at the address on the screen. If you should participate in this pilot, your effort will help us gather vital feedback to refine the course before a broader rollout and to ensure that we have a strongly designed course that meets our NMMS community's needs. This course is intended to be a sustainable, flexible resource that can support the NMMS community over time. Through pilot offerings, participant feedback, and continued collaboration with subject matter experts, NA, ESH12, and NMMS will continue refining and improving the course. The goal is to make training easier to deliver, easier to understand, and more effective for everyone involved. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to sharing more in the coming.
Isn't it great to try new electronic forms and tools? Emily did a great job walking us through them. And thank you, Chris and Royce, for the great overview of the NMA Learning Management System and the new offerings. Please visit the Gateway and give us your feedback. I would also like to thank all other presenters and panel participants today. Many interesting topics relevant for all of us. If you have any questions, please reach to us as soon as possible, preferably by email to Alex and Michelle, and we will try to address them here or after the technical exchange.
Thank you, Sana. I just have a few quick reminders for this afternoon. First, the recordings will be available about 2 weeks after the program has finished. You'll receive an email from NMMS related to them. Second, for those who received an Excellence in Reporting Award, the link for the certificate for you to download will be sent to you right after the event. And finally, tomorrow and Thursday's program times are similar to today's. So it'll be 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern time, but the content is a little bit different. We won't be having panels. We'll be doing a NMMS training. So it will focus on the NMMS training series for the 2 days of Wednesday and Thursday.
And we would also like to re-note, we brought it up this morning, but for those of you that are new to the NMMS community and want to continue to be in the loop with events or news related to nuclear materials reporting in NMMS, you can email the NMMS mailbox and you could be added to our NMMS distribution list, where we send out quarterly newsletters and special announcements throughout the year. As a reminder, every day, when you are leaving the technical exchange, the Zoom link for this exchange, there will be the prompted survey provided to you that gives you the opportunity to give us feedback. Filling out your survey will help us understand if we meet your expectations in areas that could be improved upon. And additionally, within the survey, as noted, there are open-ended questions where you could provide more details related to your favorite topics, sense of professional development benefits, suggestions for agenda topics for next year's technical exchange. This can include topics and/or group breakout discussions that involve individuals within the NMMS reporting community that could even be held in person. And any recommendations for continuous improvement. As we look forward to everyone joining us again tomorrow to continue our technical exchange, we plan just the same. We will use the 10:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern time frame to address any connectivity or audio visual concerns. Then at 11 a.m., as Michelle mentioned, we will start the NMMS training series with our NMMS analyst, Mitch Himbry, who will be addressing core principles of NMMS reporting, reconciliation, and roles in advancing U.S. government's nuclear material accounting, management, non-proliferation, and safeguards objectives. So we thank you so much for joining us, not just today, but this whole week. So with that, have a great night, and we will see you again tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
See you. Bye.